Check, check, check. Okay. Let's have a look then. New week today. Oh, I'm a bit tired. Right, let's get warmed up. What am I working on? The world. Basic image. Alright, so we need... we need to regenerate the brushes. Assets, compiled brushes. Get rid of all those. See where we are. So we've got a couple more days left working on the world, and then we can swap over to gameplay, I think. Got the event system hooked up again, which is awesome. So let's have a look at game triggers. So, tick trigger events. I don't think we need that anymore. I think the world is going to have a tick. Maybe not a canvas. We won't give it a canvas now. Game tick. So we will tick. How do we want to do this? Got tick triggers there. Get game triggers. Let me call tick. So we'll do it after tick triggers. We'll go get world tick. And tick triggers. What's this actually doing? It's going get game triggers. And then it's going triggers, tick entity. We'll call this tick game triggers for now. So maybe this could be get game triggers, tick. This goes away. It's called get tick trigger state. Tick trigger events. Tick trigger events is going away. So I think here we'll do this. So this can be with each G controllers get NPC controller tick entity arg dot get instance. Tick trigger events is going to go away. And then in the world tick, this is going to just be conditional events. We may as well, so we can just say with each conditional events arc like that. Keep it like that for now. Trigger events is gone. G controllers undeclared identifier. So this needs include control. What's it called? Controllers. Game controllers. Game play controllers. That's it. No such file or directory. So where's game triggers? It's in the engine. This could possibly get moved to the game, you know. We won't do that yet, though. Just include the game. Maybe we do move it. There's nothing really in here it's got anything to do with the engine. This is a bit mental, this code. This could be this. It would be worth putting this somewhere else. Object UI renderer. Yeah, what I might do is check in and put this, actually put this in the game rather than the engine. So libm engine game triggers. There's a lot of like game. There's nothing really to do with the game. No, we'll leave it. It's fine. Okay, so let's just check that still works. Now we've done that change. Yeah, still good. So what I want to do as well is in the world conditional events. I want to actually put a conditional event on a piece of colliding geometry, which this is. So we'll just put we'll say try warp to trigger that trigger. And the event being or the condition we don't have a condition collides with. I don't really want to write a new condition for this. What we'll do is we'll put another trigger in. Copy that trigger ID. Let's call this collision test. And we'll say it's a trigger condition that they leave, the playable character leaves collision test. That one there. So basically this is going to actually control this event, this piece of collidable geometry, but when we enter there, we want to warp back to there. See what happens. Okay, there we go. So it's when we leave it. So we enter it. As soon as we leave it, it warps it back to there. That's good. That's really good. And then we do have a world. We do have in the world. Do we have a draw? World trigger draw. We have a tick now. So in the game level, we have draw room. Or tick room. We've got this stuff at the top. I think, to be fair, that needs to be in the world now, in the tick of the world. And we'll just say canvas. Canvas. So we'll tick it with the canvas. So we can draw stuff if we want to. Debug draw state. Where is debug draw state? Debug draw state. So we need to get the current room as well. So that's just get triggers. So how do we get the current room? Get game. Get current level. Current cutscene. Get current room. Ref. Get current room name. We have get location. So return, get game state, get current region, not room. I suppose that isn't optional. It's literally a string view. So it can be const. So game canvas. And this is get game, get current room name. So auto room name, get current room name. So now basically the world is going to draw all the debug stuff. It can. Check that works. Seems to be fine. So what we want now is to do showing colliders. If debug draw state showing colliders. So this is with each get triggers room name arg.draw the canvas. This is just get colliders. There's no get colliders in current room though. Return, so what is it? If auto room, let's get room name, return room collider range span over colliders, else just return the empty span. All right, so now we need a draw for the collider. And that is canvas draw polygon in world points color, do red with half alpha. Z. Don't ever get Z order. So what are we doing for the Z? For the trigger. Quad Z max. Do we have a polygon Z max? Poly Z max. Yeah, there we go. Whoops. Okay, so if we open up this and we go show colliders, there it is. Okay, cool. What's crazy is these do have basically all the same API. I wonder if we could put all these into some kind of tuple. Could be possible. So 50 bug draw state showing regions. With each regions room name. Draw canvas. So we'll do regions next. So, regions have an icon and a color. So, if we look where we draw in the where is it? The trigger. We're doing draw conditional event range. Okay, so they've got an icon attached to the events on triggers. Not so on colliders. They're actually attached to the collider itself. So if I put to this, we've got like these. These are regions. This is a region with a color. A color and a little tree icon. Do we want to actually show in the game? So where does this color come from? So the world regions that look like they're not even ending up in the game yet. Now let's figure that out. So we got generate room for regions, region range. Region content data. So it should be adding in a new region. So let's see what's going on there. Oh no, I know what's going on. We need to do show regions first. Here we go. What does this region have in it? It's got the type, e-region type. Doesn't have the icon. Okay, so how does the level editor draw the icon for the region? Game board content region. Just wraps through every type of region types. It's in game region types. Okay, so we have actually these draw icon in worlds for the different types of region that support it. So it's something like this. Region get color. The color's not there though. We can at least draw the icon. Just copy this code. Oh, wrong code. This code here. So this is for each point. So this is just points. No translate position anymore. This is just P. Data. What's data? What is data? Draw icon in world. This is just not sure what data is. This is... Oh, we need to know. So we need to actually go through region pairs, I think. So that's the pair. That's the type. And that's the enum value. And we can say if data if auto region is just data try and wrap. It possibly, I think it's for the type. You want to try and wrap for the type. That is region. So we might not need the enum value. In fact, we can just probably do region types, which go back to how it was. That might be fine. Step through this, see what happens. So region data. Here we go. Data there is not giving me any IntelliSense, which is a shame. This data is plantable region. Don't know why it didn't show up there. So if we go through to draw icon in world, plantable region. So that should actually show the icons. There we go. Check they're in the right place. Yeah. We need the actual color as well. colour's going to have to be stored in here. Possibly. If region pairs, plantable region. Oh, we have the colour. So we need to know if this type has a colour associated with it. Which I think we already do in GameBot content. Just do region get colour. So we just do draw quad in world, so we just do that here. Basically just that. Get colour is not a member of nav mesh region. So what is this region that we're getting colour of? This is the region content data. Okay. So do we actually want to make it a member of the region itself? Yes, I think what we want to do here is we want the get color here. Going on there. Get color. So we want to go if there is type region. Region has color. So that's a concept in game board content. So I'm actually going to put this in game region types. Somewhere. I might say, I might put it here. Then part of that concept is it has to be is region type as well. So this is just get color. So it should be green. Yes, there we go. Okay, a nice one. The paths as well. We need to do paths. World path. If debug draw state showing paths. we're going to say if we're showing paths, it's basically the same. Get paths, and then draw. So we don't have get paths for a room name yet. See what I mean about them all having basically the same API. It could get generalized, possibly. Or we'll just keep adding to it. So get path. So, Jan, how's it going? Good morning. Yeah, thank you. I will have a nice stream. You have a good day as well. He's working on the world at the moment. So, this is if auto room, let's get room from the room name, return room, path range, subspan, span over paths. Else we just do this. We return the empty one of them. Burning some debug draw stuff at the moment. And then world path needs a draw. We draw canvas. Canvas. Let's just check that we get here. So we go show paths. Oh, there isn't a command for that. Console. What is it? Console commands, actually. We look for sure. Else if what is equal to paths state showing paths is true. Return showing paths. So if I do show paths now, we get to here. Drawing a world path. So how does... Well, I think what we first need to do is they are being drawn as green monorail paths at the moment. That's not what we want to do. These green lines. So, oops. What's going on here? So in the monorail controller, monorail system, tick. Okay, this is drawing the actual path here. Just want to undo that for a minute. Okay, so they're not being drawn anymore. But show paths is being drawn. So draw for world path. So how does this work in the game board content when we're drawing the paths? The renderer for path. Basically the same. Or we're just saying colour is 1-1 as well. Means white. So we're not actually specialising colour on what type of path it is, interestingly. Just we draw lines in world where we don't have, an offset. So that's we've got data equals try and wrap data there. That's a bit weird. Path data try. Okay, so this is a bit weird. So this, we're just going to say is the path. Spline undeclared identifier. So the path doesn't seem to have a spline. It's called NURB in this situation. Alright, so the world path has something called storage. Okay, so I just want to see if we get the lines and the icons. Yes, there we go, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, these points. It makes sense kind of here when we're on control points. But maybe here it needs to actually draw the icons along the curve. Maybe. So we're drawing them on the control points there. I want to draw them like on every 20th point or something. How many points are there? There's no IntelliSense. What's going on? This might actually have to restart Visual Studio. NURB points, there's 160 points there. We could maybe draw them like every 20 points. We definitely want the begin and the end. Or we just leave it for now. And we're doing a random translate there. Oh, that's just to move it off the actual point. We don't need to do that here. The translate does work, does improve it. So we're going to go get the control points, and then we're going to go can we just Let me just draw it at the P and skip this line altogether. Yeah, that seems better. That seems good. But we don't want to do that. We want to draw it cps.first. cps.last. And then we want to go through each point. So we want to go for P in points. What's this NURB? Get points. We're going to do P plus equals 20. Well, let's go for P is less than a NURB points P plus equals 20. So I just don't need to actually draw the first one, because the first one's probably going to be exactly on the control point. So it's not, let's do just draw it every 20 points. Okay. See, it's kind of like bunched up where the point density is higher. So we could go over compound lengths. So we could say, we could do this, and we can say lengths, get the compound lengths, and we could go over the lengths instead. And then it could be NURB, get point at T. How do we get a point at a length? So this is points, and we'll say that lengths dot count is equal to the points count, which it should be. That's my assumption anyway. And that's just point L. So basically do it every 20 world units. Or every 20 length. No. It's for auto L in lengths. So float length. We do length plus equals L. If length is greater than or equal to 20, draw it. And then we do the length is 0. I'm going to draw it every 20 meters. It's for auto L in lengths. Points. Oh. For index ref. L. Lengths. So that's len. This is points L. That's every 20 length. Should be every 20 world units. Oops, I need to stop it just before. So length is 20. L is 70. So it should draw it at 0.70. Yeah, that seems great. That seems like it's working. What's going on there? Oh, because the compound lengths. This is not correct. This is just len. If f mod len. Well. Ooh, how do we do this? So, if len is greater than 20, so we could static cast to int. Len. And then just mod it by 20. And just check that that equals 0. Try that. No, can't do that. Getting so stuck on this. So we've got compound lengths. Do we have the lengths between points? We don't. Okay, we'll do it a different way then. Go back to the points one. So auto length, and it's 0. We'll do this. Auto D, the points. D is equal to F absent. What would it be? Points P minus 1 distance points P, like that, and then we'll do len plus equals D. If D is greater than or equal to, we'll say, we'll do it 5, D equals 0, and we'll draw it at points P. Not D, it's if len, silly me. There we go. So if we just change that to like 3. Okay, good. So we don't have a colour either currently for the different types of path. So we might do that. Let's just check that in. So we'll do it the same way if you do regions. Game region. We'll just do a static inline color. And we want the concept to check that it's a color. So path has color. And it has to be a path type as well. And is game path type. Okay. Game path has color. Play for RC, a doubt. Are you using pure ECS? Not really, no. No. How's it going? There is a bit of ECS in the engine, but it's not as strict as something like Unity is. I mean, you could, if you wanted to. You could write out something that has an ECS system in the engine if you wanted. It's like a... It does have the thing where you have like an entity ID, and then that's shared across different things. So it is ECS in that way. But it's not like, you know, add component, get component type thing. Well, maybe it kind of is. The ECS bit is like, if you want to build up, say, like, an entity. Entity types. So like the hero entity. You get controllers, create a movement controller, say he's human. Create an animation controller, you set the rig. And it all works off this instance. Attribute controller, then give it HP and stamina. Resource controller, give them resources. Give them an inventory bag. And this NPC instance here is an ID. So U64 ID. So yeah, it's kind of like, it is in that way. Some systems aren't like entity component based. Okay. So where we just have here, get color, I think we want path. Get color, which apparently is there. I don't think it is there. It is. What's going on there then? Oh look, we are doing it. So this is actually game path. It's color. We are doing it, we just never called it. So now in the editor now, the monorail paths should be green, I believe. Game path types. If you look at the monorail, we set the color to be green. Still haven't got a plan to start my game engine plans. All I know is I want to make specialized engine for story-driven side quest. Open world. Don't know I should focus on open world. I don't think I should. Combat driven. Yeah. The first thing you need to do is decide how much of it you want to write on your own. And how much of it you want to get from libraries. Because there's libraries. You could build a game engine out of libraries pretty much, if you wanted to do that, and then just write the bits that you want to write. So this is a story-driven engine as well. So it's a similar type of thing. It's not combat-driven, but it is story-driven. So yeah, when you get to that part of the engine, I'll tell you how I do my stuff like that. But you know, if you decide you want to write absolutely everything yourself, which is a noble cause, because you'll learn a lot of stuff. Like the first thing you need to kind of write is, like if you're going to do everything, containers and memory. Everything's built on top of that, you see. How are you going to do your memory? Are you going to use standard vector containers? Are you going to make your own array, your own vector? If you're going to use the standard template library, then you don't have to do that. Sifu. Not really, no. It rings a bell. Have a look. Sifu. Oh yeah, cool. Look at that. So you're going for 3D? Or did you say you were going for 2D? This would be mental for one person to make. It'd be a lot. It'd be too much work, probably. You could make a 2D version. Look at that. How good is that? That's awesome. Yeah, 3D if possible, 2D. Okay, also. Yeah. Making that is a lot of work. Probably take one person 10 or 15 years to make something like that. If they were very good at doing everything. 2D, no, it wouldn't. You know, you could still do full rigs like this guy. He's fully rigged, so he could have all the kicks and flips and everything part of his animation set. There we go. So it's green. It's not very transparent. It's not very opaque, so I'm going to make it just basically. And then when we're actually drawing the icon, for the monorail path, this has to be green. It depends as well, like if you're just gonna bring in libraries. So say you want to do ECS, you could write your own entity component system, or you could use an open source one. Like there's one called Ent, ENTT, and you could just pull that in and, you know, use that. That's Ent. Or you could write your own. Use Raylib for rendering. Yeah, cool. So it depends what you like. It depends what you want to write. You know. Cool, alright. So So maybe I should actually do this type of thing here as well. So put this over here a second. Where are we in the world? So this is path spline. Oops. Hasn't worked. Line. Don't want to write OpenGL stuff, I hate it. Because I wrote it for 1 year at uni. That's why I selected Relive. Yeah, cool. So I can do focus on the other stuff. Yeah. So you're going to use standard template library. You're going to use like standard vector and things, standard string. This is data. So what happens when you just copy and paste something? Okay, see if that works. See if you're going to use Relive and that. You probably should use standard template library. Depends if you like. If you want to know, to learn how standard vector works, so you could write your own. That's basically the only reason why you might want to do that. So all this needs to get translated. Plus position. Yeah, so we use this approach now. It just adds more points in as we go. Yeah, and you could use like IMGUI for all of the GUI stuff if you wanted to, if you didn't want to write the GUI stuff. All the text boxes and buttons and things. So why what's appealing to you about making your own engine? Okay, so now we just need to get color for a world path. So we can call get color here. Alright, I'm going to make a cup of coffee while these ads are on. Back in 2 minutes. All right. Designing the whole engine, making systems, everything except OpenGL. Have you tried DirectX or Vulkan? Tried anything like? Tried another one? I mean, if you settled on SFML, use that. Yeah. Or Raylib, was it? Nope. Yeah, OpenGL is very different to the other graphics APIs out there. Get color. Okay, get color. Where are we? Get color. We're just going to copy this paste over. Content data. Get color. So we can say if storage is type path. Yeah, I would suggest going for 2D first, and then maybe some 3D, like some 3D like get a 2D renderer going, and then try and move it up to 3D. What graphics API am I using? DirectX 12 at the moment. Yeah, but it's written in a way that you could swap out the API. You'd have to probably take 5,000 lines of code. There's probably like 5,000 lines of DirectX 12 code in the engine. So if you wanted to swap it for Vulkan, it's probably a similar amount of Vulkan. Something like that. Root Dragon. Should I give one more chance to OpenGL? So why didn't you like it? That's probably a good question. It depends why you didn't like it. Root Dragon. Did you know a lot of older games converted 3D models into 2.5Ds, doing the monster frame? Yeah, it's true. That's true. And newer games do it as well. That's what Pillars of Eternity have done. Yeah. But all the greatest, in my opinion, so say like Final Fantasy VII. Not the remake though. Original. So, what's going on here? All I want is a big picture. So, this is a little too good actually. This isn't the original. But the characters were 3D geometry. Everything else was a picture. Everything else was made in something like Maya or 3ds Max and rendered as a picture or a series of pictures to make up the actual level, so you could go behind objects and things like that. But if you look at like Pillars of Eternity, I think it's an awesome game. Just give me a big picture. Just give me a big picture. So it looks mint, right? It looks very 3D, but it's not. It's all 2D. All of it. The only 3D bit is the characters. Everything else is 2D. Very clever. I don't hate it. Why do I hate it? I don't hate it. Okay, but it takes too much time. Yeah, so if it's a time thing, the other APIs like DirectX 12 and Vulkan are much more verbose. I think, for DirectX 12, it's probably 500 lines of code to do a triangle, I'd say. Whereas in OpenGL, it's like 4 lines in it. So animation's way easier, yeah. Yeah, that's it. So this is the same technique. So have you heard of the what's it called? This style of making a game is attributed to an engine. What's the engine called? Let's look at something like Icewind Dale. The engine on that. The Infinity engine. So look at the Infinity engine. This kind of pioneered this technique. In the 90s, of like, they look mint, but they're not. They don't take a lot to render because a lot of it's done before the game even ships. And they put levels together by pre-rendering all of the models first, and then just having billboards essentially. And that's why they had to be isometric, because they couldn't have depth because they were billboarded, and obviously you'd immediately be able to tell they were billboards if you had perspective projection. Have you designed your renders for use with any graphics API? Yeah, any graphics API, yeah, that's right. But when I started making the engine, it's about 2 years ago, I'd just come off learning DirectX 12, so I was like, I was doing DirectX 12 and I'll make something real in DirectX 12, So that's why I chose DirectX 12 as the first one, the first back end of the renderer. But you could, if I wanted to do a Vulkan one, I could do that as well. That would be fine. None of the actual drawing code would have to change in the front end of the renderer anyway, for the game or whatever, or the level editor. Brilliant says you could easily apply a cartoon shader to any model and get some decent 2D sprites frames for the output. It's super easy for an engine. It's like makes it a lot faster to render these really complex scenes. It was very clever at the time. Yeah. Look at that drift there for the icons. It's been drawn in the wrong place. So it's been drawn before the camera has been updated. You need to fix. You can just render 3D now. Yeah, you can. So, Baldur's Gate 3's full 3D in it. Oh, the newest. I can't remember what it's called. The newest game about death. Got a great video for that. Alright, cool. So why are we updating the camera? Because we're updating the camera after we've drawn all this stuff, and it's causing a drift. Probably before tick. Nope. Where are we updating the camera? Literally no idea. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've looked at this. It's probably in tick room. Yeah. So long since I've looked at any of this code. So here we go. Setting the camera state there. So where does tick room happen? So we're getting the game and we're calling tick. Hang on. Tick room, tick roaming, game state tick. Okay. So I think what we need is we need a tick. We need a before tick and an after tick, really. Tick. So this is before tick. And this is after tick. This is before tick. And this is say after tick here. Great video, let's have a look. Playing with the big boys. Awesome. I won't play it because I'll probably get copyright. Whoa. See if it sorted that drift out anyway. Doing that. So we were drawing stuff before we'd updated the camera and that causes drift. It's usually that causes the drift. So we need to make sure we draw stuff after the camera's updated. There we go. So before, like, these icons were like drifting over. So if I put it back, put after tick straight away. So before we've updated the camera. See how they drift. Whoa. Weird, isn't it, that? It's like parallax on the icons. Yeah, the Infinity Engine games are absolutely mint. I'd love to make games like that. Okay. So we want to hide all, really. Console command. So if you look at the hide, so there's no such thing as nav meshes anymore at the moment. So we want all as well. If what is equal to all, This isn't the best way to do this. Or whatever. Oh no, it's false. So if I do, whoops, if I do hide all, that didn't work. Oh, we're not returning the right thing. We need to actually return showing all. And we need to return hiding all here. I'm nearly ready actually to start moving over back to the game. So if I do show all, there we go, look at that. It all. So it should hide this as well, this stuff. But we'll get to that. I think the thing is, throughout development, we're probably always going to want this stuff here. Maybe. This is just a bit of debug, kind of like. The actual square and circle is the actual entity, really. The rig is just attached to it. So if we show all, does collision still work? No. So we need to put collision back in. You can just walk straight through that. So let's do that. Why does this keep displaying open website? It's on the same hotkey as open file. Did it ever solve the integer overflow problem? Which integer overflow problem was that? Not sure. Was it on the B? Was it on the trunk here? I did put a little note on it. Check this is. I think there's this, wasn't it? I'm not sure that is correct. I haven't actually looked at it yet. If A plus B equals greater than min max. I don't actually have that test anywhere. I don't think. In the engine. But now I know. Now I would know to write it the different way. The A int max minus A or whatever it is. That would be the way to do it. You see the wind blowing through there, the trees. That's really cool. All right. We definitely do want to show the triggers though, because that's the only way. Soon we will have artwork for doors and we'll know where they are. But we don't at the moment. Oh yeah, so another thing is this guy. Oh, we were going to do collision, weren't we? I'll show colliders. This guy doesn't cast a shadow or reflections either, so we need to do that. So collision. It's probably in the movement controller. again, I have to remember how this works first. I think it would be best, maybe, just to go straight to here and put a breakpoint. Not actually being called. Not being called. Okay, who calls this? Here. So this is generate world map, so not in there. Get collision displacement. No colliders, so level get colliders. We will just say get world. Get colliders for now. So we are just testing whether we're in the current room or not. So get the colliders for the room. Current region. What room? Let's just check now that we can actually collide. There we go. You mean if B equals int max minus A? Yeah, if that's the right test. I can't remember the test off the top of my heart. But yeah, top of my head. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that for now. To be fair, like this, anything that's in the game state is there really because it doesn't have a good home yet. This is like get collision displacement and it supplies a position. The problem with just supplying a position is what level or room are you even in? And this is just like the current room. So that might need some work later. If we ever want to get colliders in different rooms, which we might do. But it does work. I can't actually. So that square just cannot go into the green square cannot go into the red square. Right, so let's make the character, the animated rig, cast shadows and reflect and stuff. So in the animated rig, or is it animation controller? Tick. So this is where we draw, just draw it, which goes to here. So we need other draws. We want void draw canvas, and then we want const reflection token. And we want void draw canvas const shadow token. And then, well, that did compile, which is good. So we actually need to head it. Well, what does this do? So do we have get bounds? Get world bounds, animation controller. So we need this. This is the last position that was recorded. And we're just going to say if Z, so if we're behind the reflection, we'll return. We can't draw a reflection if we're behind the thing that was casting the reflection. If we're not intersecting the reflection bounds, it's just the right thing that I need to be passing along. Draw reflections. It's a reflector. It's not reflection token. It's reflector. Reflector. Yeah, I was not seeing the things that I needed to see to do the bounds test. Reflector. Bounds. There we go. So if we're not intersecting the reflector, meaning we're not even... No chance we're even casting a reflection. Return. Else we draw it. But we need to know what this is. This is the bias. So we'll have to work on that. And that's just Z there. And for shadow token. So this is the Z of the light. So if we're behind the light, we don't cast a shadow. But we need to draw it at the shadow token. Draw Z. And then in the game, the game. So we need the callback. So the game level has draw shadows, and then it's meant to have a callback, a hook here. So here we go, on draw reflections, an array of dynamic lambda. So I'm gonna remove this. I'm just gonna remove them. Okay, event ID. Yeah, this needs work, actually. Debug draw room. Because this can go away. Both of these can go away. So we basically want an event listener object for this. So event listener for all them, I believe this is how this works. So we're just going to say using reflection hook. Is that I'll just say so this is the reflections hook. Check this works. So this compiles. How do I use event listeners again? Yeah, that is it. That's fine. Oh, there's no names. That's it. Right, that's the reflections hook. So we need the hook reflection. So I'm going to do this. Template class func size t on draw reflections. Return reflections hook dot add standard forward func. So what that means is when we do draw reflections now, right at the end where we've got this to do, reflections hook, we're just going to go reflections hook canvas room. What we passed in, whatever we're passed in here. Canvas room reflector. Hopefully that does a check. Yeah, it probably just calls dispatch. Yeah. It's very old code, this. Like I haven't just broken everything doing that. Well, got some weird internal heat memory limit reached. So many threads on this CPU. I think I need more memory. Have to buy some more memory. It's got 32 gigs, but I do get that error sometimes. It's also got 32 cores, or 32 threads. Okay, that's worked then. So, in the game, initialize, probably initialize. Okay, so another thing is actually these are static. So now in the games, what was it in the game? We do want do we want to do it here, or do we want to do it? If you look at the game systems, gameplay systems, is there anything to do with? So the character system. I'm just thinking whether we want to hook this with these reflections in. It's not really in the character system. We'll do it here. So it's game level on draw reflection. Canvas. Level room. Is it const level room? Const reflector. So we basically need to go through all the animation controls and call draw reflector on them. The question is, how do I want to do this? What I might do is on animation controller, I might have a little structure called draw reflections, reflection renderer. So struct animation controller reflection renderer. Canvas. Const game level room. Const reflector. It's that operator. And this goes for AC in G controllers. Get animation controller. AC draw canvas reflector. But we want to know if AC. How do we get which room it is? If auto MC, what was it? Get game state in same room. Get location. Get region. Get current region. Gameplay systems. Do we have an entity? Gameplay controllers. Entity state, NPC, movement. Just looking for something which has how we can get what room it is. Get location. So we're going to go if auto MC G controllers. Get movement controller. For AC. Get ID. MC get room equals room it's not level river section, it's level room dot oh come on, you can do this. You can do this. There we go. Name. And we draw it. So if we're in the current, if we're in the room that the reflector is in, and we draw it. So what does it not know about level room structure? So I'll just forward declare this. Right, and then in the game, rather than do this, we're just gonna make a new the reflection renderer like that. So let's just see if we start drawing reflections. Let's just see. It will or will not work. Oh, look at that. So the bias is slightly wrong. So this is this magic zero. That we need to set. It probably just needs to get set hard coded for the rig type. So if we open up the, well, if we go to a different room, let me just have a look at the, not the river, this dude. Well, the reflection bias for that guy is 0. Maybe it should be like 0.3. Not 0.3. Maybe that would be nicer. So what does it look like just when he's idling? And then on the river, we just turn down the actual. So if it was 0, yeah, I do think it needs to be up a bit. It needs to be like there. 0.25. We'll go for 0.25. Doesn't matter so much when the river's distorting like that. But it does matter in general. So we're going to go for the animation rig types. We'll just hard code that in. Animated rig types. For the Hero Pro rig, so is this all just hard coded numbers? It is. maybe the best thing to do, well, okay, whatever. Well, get reflection bias. I reckon it would be better to have some kind of like list of constants, really. We might do. We won't do that yet, though. We need to say whether it has a reflection bias, though. So in animation controllers, where do? We have some concepts. Here we go. Rig type has reflection. So we're just going to go rig type has get reflection bias. And we also need to put a little concept. Is animated rig type is the animated rig type if the type is in the tuple. So the type T is in the tuple animated rig types, and then all this is this as well, to make sure it is an animated rig type. Wow, all this stuff. Right, check that builds. So if the rig type has a reflection, so where's this? This is in draw, right? We're gonna say so this is the auto reflection bias. It's fetch from get animated rig types. So the rig type is type of X, and then we're going to go if const exp rig type has get reflection bias, return X get reflection bias, else. So this actually needs to return standard optional float. Else we just return that. We have to make sure that this rig type is if rig type is equal to this needs a bit of work, this rig type. x.type. What's going on? Why is it doing that? So rig type, this is get reflection bias. And this is reflection bias value or 0. So we can, if we want, specify a reflection bias. I think this would be better rather than be methods. Just be a list of const exprs, maybe. That's going to have to wait, though. So let's just check that this comes out at a quarter. When we get into the actual bounding box. Yeah, a quarter. Yeah, that's much better. Alright, so now we need to do the exact same for shadow. We'll set it to be a quarter as well. So rig type has shadow bias. So that is the shadow bias. Rig type has get shadow bias. This is get shadow bias. And this is shadow bias value or 0. And then we need a hook as well for shadows. So it's just basically the same. We could do it in the same class actually, but we won't. Shadow renderer. This is shadow token. Just pass the shadow token in. And then in the game, we want onDraw shadows. And we'll have a shadows hook. Which is a shadow token. And we'll do game level onDraw shadows, animation controller, shadow renderer. And in the game level draw shadows, we'll just have the shadows hook at the bottom. Right. So the dude should shadow. In theory now. Or anything with an animation controller. It's not part of the game level. It's been added by the level editor. All of them should shadow. There we go, look at that, it's shadowing. That shadow bias seemed good. I think it needs to go up a bit. Well, yeah, I think it does need to go up a bit. Let's check. The shadow bias is coming in at 1/4 actually. Oops. It is. So let's put it up to like 0.4 or something. That's better. So the dude can cast shadows now. Is the shadow bias even working? Yeah, it is.
Ads running soon.
Put this guy back to hammering away. Awesome. Great. All right. So, game level. Let's just tidy up the game level now. The stuff in here, I think, that we don't need. Delete below. Trigger points, trigger events, trigger conditions. So something we do need to do is the triggers can just have conditions. So we can say like this door has a condition. It's time of day from like 10 in the morning till 12 in the morning, which means you would say if this condition fails, the door basically isn't a door. So we could do that. Save that in there. There's only a door from 10 till 12. Or it's only active. So we could do that now actually. So what I want to see is if the conditions come through. Are we compiling in the conditions? So in the world, just doing tick, can't we? So let's have a look at this. Triggers. We have a condition range. We want one with a condition range. Condition range 0 to 1. So if you look at the conditions sets, time of day range. So how do we want to do this? Because maybe we don't want... Maybe logically conditions doesn't make sense here. We could put a condition on the actual event, you see, that it is a door. So the other way to do it would be, rather than have the condition here on the entire trigger, we put it on the actual event, we put it there on the event condition. It would be nice under some circumstances to just turn the entire trigger off though, wouldn't it? Okay, so this makes this more complicated. Because we have to see if the whatever is attached, what the event is attached to, has a condition which is satisfied. So we could say for auto trigger in triggers, if not trigger condition range span over condition sets condition range, what is that? It's the range of condition sets. So for auto condition in trigger condition range span over conditions sets if not condition. So if the condition fails, then all the events failed, well, we'll say past is true, past is false, break. If not past, we have to turn all the events off, I think. So for auto, well, we could do something like with each trigger event range span over conditional events so for each conditional event arg.enabled is false. Depends if a conditional event can be set to be enabled. Is the event enabled? Yeah. arg.event. It's really just whether it's passed or not. So because we have this trigger that is a time of day, dependent on time of day, and it starts at 10 in the morning. I think the game starts at 7 in the morning. So it should fail. So it failed. Past is false. So every single event is one event. Event number 3. So event number 3, the event should get set to, so that's the tri-warp trigger, get set to false for enabled. So it's now set to false, which means this isn't a door anymore. That's good. So we have to just wait until 10. So I'm just going to change it so and wait until it's 8 o'clock instead. So it's not. That's basically the door is locked until 8 in the morning. The time is down here. It says 7:25 at the moment. Wait till it gets to 8 in the morning. So I think what I need to do is, these need to be like, these little icons here need to be red if the conditions are failing. If the event is not enabled. Okay, now it should work. Yes, awesome. It would work until 12. So when we actually draw the trigger, what do I want to do? This is the region anyway. Trigger, draw. So we're doing draw conditional event range. So I'm going to go draw UI object in world. Let's just wait until we get there. So the data we're passing is the event. We're not passing whether it's enabled or not. We're just passing the event. The event is here. Right. So we can draw UI object icon. But we're not passing the event in. We're actually passing the event data in. What I don't want to do really is just not draw it if it's not enabled. I want to draw it a different colour. That means drawing, that means changing the API for that to pass the actual, whether it's disabled or enabled. Or just generally passing some properties along. Draw icon in world. So how many of these are there? There's quite a lot of them. So we could make it part of the we could pass the event. We could set the event here. No, we can't. So what we could do is we could say if evt.event.enabled, if it's not enabled, now I think we do need, I say we could just draw like an X over the top of it. Yeah, we don't have like any way to get back to the event to test whether it's enabled or not. It just means draw icon in world will need to have in it so the object UI renderer, wherever it is. We need to pass some properties. So it'd be something like struct object UI properties. Bool enabled is true. And then we would actually pass some properties. Essentially. UI object, what do we call it? UI object UI properties. Just properties. So it'd be this. It's going to create a bunch of compile errors. So we may as well change these as well, because this can be a reference as well. May as well do all this at once. Okay, so all of these need this now. It's not object type though. It's these two. So that. 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 World refactor. Okay. So we possibly want to no. Object UI properties. Object UI properties. So we could do. Just check. I'm just blindly. Where are we now? Well, we have events here. We could say object UI properties dot enabled is e dot event dot enabled, like that. This is event storage. This is engine event. So this is the same. This is object UI properties dot enabled is equal to e dot enabled. evt.event.enabled. Yeah, so this is, oops, object UI properties. This is this one. Object UI properties. Okay, so this is back to doing this. Object UI renderer, to doing this. So this is in-game event types. Can you imagine if this compiles first time? Okay. Nearly there now. Game region types. Weird, had a different signature there. That was a bug probably. UI game event renderer. That's like this. This is properties. So UI game event renderer as well needs to change. Oops. All right. See what kind of compiler as we get. Start with some commas. So what's going on here? Ooh, that's a weird error. It's got nothing to do with what we've been working on. The tab page, on tab page closed. What? Argument types a tab page. Object is event listener base global heap tab page.
Ads running soon.
Oh, it wants a right hand side. Okay. That's a different thing. I'm just going to remove them again. Right, while these ads are running, I'm just going to nip it, get a cup of tea. Be back in 2 minutes. All right. Continue to fix all this stuff then. There was no way this was compiling first time. So this is... Where are we now? Draw conditional event range. This is this again. Missed out a comma. That was easy. So, draw engine conditions. engine condition set. So do we... So do we want to do it here as well? This wants a properties basically. Wow, this music's a bit intense like. Alright, so probably, so this is for every single condition. I think what we do here is we just object UI properties, we'll just pass a empty one. I'm not sure what I want to do with conditions really. That's it. Is that built then? Are we built everywhere? Nope, not yet. We got some linker errors. Let's just rebuild and see if the linker errors disappear. Root Dragon. Did you know that if you erase a vector or DQ, it invalidates all the elements unless it was the last element? Trying to think about that. And I'm not quite sure what you mean by invalidates. Unless it was the last element. So yeah, I mean, let me just give me a moment to look at a vector arrays. Because I don't use vector very much. I don't really know the API all that well. So what is it? Remove the element at pos. All right, okay. Yeah, so it's like a remove. I call it a remove in my, or remove range. Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one that. You need two types of remove really. It can invalidate the entire vector. If you're like relying on indices in a vector to get to the thing in the vector, and then you call remove, your indices won't be valid anymore. So you need two different types of remove. But yeah, vector's a complicated one really. I think C++ gets a lot of flack, probably rightly so, for its vector. Alright. UI game event renderer. So this actually needs a different this is const vec2 position object UI property props. If you erase something at index 3, for example, index 4 gets shifted down. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Either that or use standard list. Yeah, I mean, standard list comes with its whole other set of problems as well. Nukebird, how's it going? libc is a bulk. Compile that with my own malloc 3 mem set without standard lib. And got a 1 kilobyte executable. That's class. Nice one. Yeah, erasing out of vectors is a thing you've got to be careful of, I suppose. Like the fastest way to erase an element out of a vector is just to get the last element and just copy over the element you want to erase. And that's what they all do. But that can cause problems, especially if you need them in order. So you did your own malloc. How did you do that? That's clever. Some good coding. So now we should be able to detect. So this, we've put a condition on this that this is not a door until it gets to 8 o'clock in the morning. So I can't actually walk into it until 8 o'clock in the morning. So this needs to be red, so it's not enabled. Bake sine and cos tables. Yeah, fix 16 itself on top of it. All right, cool. Yeah, I remember writing sine tables back in the day. Malloc on top of a static array. Yeah, that's awesome. So you put a heap. You made a heap in a static array. Is that what you mean? Or did you not implement a heap? You just did some other way of getting memory. That's good though. Oh. It's only kernel 32 for WinAPI stuff. Yeah. So how easy it will be to forget don't store the indexes. Yeah, you need to know. The thing about vector is you need to know how you're going to use it. Really. Before you make these decisions. If you're going to erase elements out of a vector, then you need a way to handle that. If you're going to store indexes as well. Array on the stack, yeah, cool. Swap and pop. The swap and pop. That is what happens with arrays, yeah. That's what you do. Swap and pop. But it still invalidates your indexes. Involves moving the last element to the index and then deleting the last element. Yeah. Oh yeah, cool. Thanks, Nukebird. Oh, it's not working. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a private repo. Oh, this is your own nukebird.ru. Is this yours? Cool. What was it again? Sorry. Game. I don't think game's public. Yeah, no problem, no problem. So you can do swap and pop Root Dragon, which is the fastest way. Or you can do an ordered remove, where you remove the element in the middle of the vector by mem moving everything down and then deleting. No, I'll just decrement the count essentially. Problem is you can a lot of the times do just a standard mem move, but it can be slow because you've got to make sure that you call all of the move constructors for every single element, so it's not as fast as doing the pop and swap thing. Swap and pop. Now it's public. Cool. Oh yeah, look. Isn't it amazing that like memory code always kind of looks like this? I could show you my code and it looks literally the same. Yeah, so the maintaining a heap is probably, there's not many places where linked lists are recommended in everyday coding, but maintaining a heap is one where it is recommended. So you're doing like a get from the free, split it, return it, and then get it back. You're doing a merge as well. Merge the blocks together. Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, it's amazing how it. Let me just find mine. Heap allocator. It's all. Oh, not there though. It's all blooming same, innit? It's amazing. Yeah, so mine works basically the same way. Well, it has multiple free lists. So one of the ways I've found to speed up looking through. Nomad does some good optimization. Alright. I think this makes it free O of 1. Yeah. What I tend to do is I'll have multiple free lists. And then where is it? Where are we? And then I look at the size you want to allocate, and then I find so I'll do a bit scan just to find the index of the free list. Because if you want to say you want to allocate 1k, you want to just look at the free lists that hold all of the blocks that are bigger than 1k. So you have free lists that are indexed by the bit scan, so it puts different sizes of blocks in different lists. Makes it more complicated, but it makes it much faster to find a free block, essentially, that's close to the size you want. Find Nomad. In your code base. Or do you mean something else? In your actual... I'm not sure what you mean by Nomad. Last element would be index 3 now. Yeah, it messes up your indices, Woot Dragon, that's right. Everything is an edge case. It's just computers. The problem is that other languages handle it all for you. This is just what computers do. So yeah. Iterating Bitchmouth faster. No, in Malloc. Oh, in Malloc. In the file I was watching. Oh, Nomad. Okay, yeah. Nice. Yeah, cool. So if there's no next block, set it to the root. Yeah. I link all my blocks together in a circular list, I think. I think that's how I do it. So you just test if you're at the first one again. But yeah. Yeah, all sorts of ways. C++ is so bad that you spend more time figuring out solutions to basic problems than actual coding. Yeah, maybe if you come from a higher level language, you might feel that way, I suppose. I can understand. It never iterates from 0, it always tries to remember the last block being freed. And it increases the chance of finding the free block if you start from there. It never iterates from 0, it always tries to remember the last block being freed. Increases the chance of finding the free block if you start from the last block that was freed. I'll take your word for it. Rover, Nomad pointer. Clever. Do you know the irony? If you just manually loop the vector and call the arrays, it's not actually that slow. If the element count is only a few elements. Yeah, I mean, you would do well, I don't think there is an empty. I'm not sure what the standard vector set count to 0 is. So what you would do is it's called empty in my array, and it just loops through the elements, calls all the destructors, and then sets count to 0. That's the fastest way to erase an entire vector. Yeah, it looks really good, Nuke Bird. You need to add on guards if you don't already do that. I mean, depends if you need to. You don't need to. That would be the next step. Make sure you don't write over blocks of memory into other blocks of memory by accident. But yeah, awesome. Erasing specific entries, not the whole vector. Ah, okay, yeah. So, like, erase every odd element or something. Okay, so game event types, where we're doing all these like draw icon in worlds, we can actually test. So it's all the lights, all the light sea greens. It would be like properties. That might have broken it doing that. IntelliSense doesn't seem to work when you're editing loads of stuff at once. dot enabled else style dot red. Try that. Might need a specific row on because it's no longer used. Yeah, that was a funny moment with Clang. Really? That's crazy. Replace it with what is memset? That's crazy, isn't it? Oh. Cause the index invalidation. Yeah, it's doing the full loop. I work with the Win API directly. Yeah. How tied window and inputs are connected to. How tied window and inputs are connected with each other. Do I need the window to know what buttons are being pressed and where the mouse is at? By default, yeah. You need the window handle. X input though, you don't. I don't believe. That's just literal raw on a raw input, sorry, not X input. Raw input, you don't. Maybe not X input either, actually. But it won't tell you where the mouse is at in raw input because it's just literally like raw signals from the mouse. So it'll just be like the mouse moved left 1 pixel. You know, that's what you'll get. You won't get the mouse is at pixel 100, 100 because you need the window context, don't you, for that? You need to know like that it's over a window and what window it's over or whatever. You usually get it through the WND proc loop in Windows. And it's by window, yeah. Iterating a vector is actually fast. It is fast. It's one of the fastest. It's the fastest way to scan memory, I would say. It's just basically like a mem copy. It's just a scan of memory. It's what computers architecture is designed to do. Okay, so I was guessing I should do something like as SDL GLFLW is doing. I was thinking I should have axle window. I should have extra axle inputs. Ooh. Yeah. So you'd have a window, you'd have some kind of concept of a window handle. Ooh, Siri wants to talk to me. You'd have some kind of concept of a window handle. And then you would use that window handle to query the operating system. Get mouse position with this window handle or something. Or you could have an event-based one where the operating system calls you back when the mouse moves, passing in the window handle. It's up to you. Cache prize and program is cheating lists. The cache cries. Yeah, if you want the cache to be happy, just scan through the memory. Just scan through the memory and don't look into the memory. How much benefit is an indexed erase? If you got 200 million elements in your vector, an index erase is the best way to do it. I don't think you would store the index of anything if it was a 200 million element vector. I mean, maybe you would. High chance of getting that, it being a bug in unordered map territory. Yeah. Right, it's not red. Oh, this one's red. Because it's not available anymore. Because it's a fire once. We've already spawned the hero. This one's not red, and I think that's just because it's a different type of event. It's an engine event.
Ads running soon.
Properties.enabled. Okay, so this event, this door should become active at 8 o'clock in the morning. You won't see if swap and pop was, you don't see how swap and pop would work because it still turns the container unordered. So if you're referencing by index, things by index, you would need to be notified when the index changed somehow. So you could reset your index to the new one. There we go, it's now available. We can go through it. Awesome. Having done that, I'm now going to remove this condition. That still wouldn't work because the next tree would be empty. Hang on a second. Unless you did pushback empty, then swap and pop. Oh, right, okay. So you'd have it like this. It'd be one. So you'd have array 1, 2, 3, 4, and say you wanted to remove 3. It would go I2 4 4 4 like that to begin with, and then count would be decremented, so it'd go 1 2 2 4 like that. So anybody who was storing the index 4 would need to be notified. So eyes 3, your index has changed. Like that. Passing in 3 like that. In my challenge, I'm allowed to use only OS headers and nothing else. No libc, no preamble, container algorithms. Weird yet happy. Something new every day. Yeah, that's nice, isn't it? A little rusty and cocky. Deep inside, I'm a pro coder that knows everything. Yeah, I mean, nobody knows everything. It's all too big, innit? Do you know about... I'm assuming you do. Do you know about... you know about lean and mean? And there's another one. Extra lean or something. Can't remember what it's called now. Do you know about those? I'm pretty sure there's two. Today, alright, yeah, okay. Yeah, that'll cut your file size down a lot. Easy value near the end. If you have a list of 10 elements and you take element 5, it's not that simple. If I have a list of 10 elements, did I delete it? Probably did. No min max. No min max is probably, I think, is an API error they made where they did define min, define max, and then min and max ended up being in the C standard library. I'm not sure if it'll save you. It might save you file size, I'm not sure. If you have a list of 10 elements and you take element 5, yeah, so the last element will become element 5, and then you would call your index has changed on it. Element 6 becomes element 5. Yeah, that's the ordered move. The pop and swap is take the last one and just copy it over the one you want to change. The one you want to delete. The ordered move, yeah, is where you got to move all the elements down. And then in that case, every single element above the element that you were deleting needs to get notified that their index has changed. Yeah. It's okay, I don't mind. I sit here for hours, so it's okay to not code for a bit. Fu Manchu, good afternoon. Hope you're alright. I love talking about code, it's fine. Never feel like you can't interrupt what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything exciting, I'm just turning buttons on and off now. You don't do that though, you end up number 5 being empty the entire time. No, because you copy the last element in the array to number 5. So it doesn't remain empty. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. And then it goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, 4. So you've copied 4 into there. And then you decrease the count of the array. So it goes 1, 2, 4. Like that. So element 3 is not empty. It's just got 4 in it now. So if this was still like 5, 6, 7, oh yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So that would be 1, 2, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so everything would need to get notified. Yeah, you're right. You have a terrible case of the man flu. Oh no, no, that's terrible. Yeah, so it's a bit confusing. The data remains the same, it's just the index would need to be notified. Yeah. Yeah, so you would need, if you knew you were going to be storing the index and adding and removing, or removing elements from the middle of the array, you might want to rethink that. Because that would be a lot of work, a lot of maintaining. Terrible case of the man flu. That means you don't have to work today, Fu Manchu. That's good. Hopefully. Man flu is a real flu. Worst flu. Yeah, you're not working. I'm just so when the little icons go red, they're not active, and when they're blue, they are active. That's what I'm doing, riveting stuff. They will become unordered and corrupted. The one is erased. Yeah, the index. The index will. They'll all get changed. The data will be fine, though. You'd have to basically like. You'd have to look up by ID, or you'd have to reset all the indexes on delete or something. You'd have to do something like that. You know, if you've only got an array with like 1,000 elements in it, say, most arrays in game development don't have more than 1,000 things in them, with the exception of like images, like pixels or something. You can look up by ID as well. Almost everything in this engine is looked up by ID. It's not looked up by index. The only things that are looked up by index are like the drawing code, you know, the code that needs to be tight for drawing. Everything else is looked up by ID. Because there's only like 20 of them in the array or something. So looking up by ID is totally fast. Full memory scan. Yeah, full memory scan, that's it. Scan the whole array. But if it's only got 20 elements in it, it's going to be lightning fast. It may even be faster than doing an unordered map lookup when you've got such small amounts of data. It's not a definitive thing, but it might be. You know, computers are very, very fast at scanning memory. Like very, very fast. Big elements. Oh no. Yeah. Another thing you can do is, which I also do in some things, is add the element into the array, add all the elements into the array and sort them by ID. And then when you want to get an element out of the array by ID, it's a binary search because they're sorted by ID. And then when you want to remove an element out of the middle of there, you just have to sort by ID again when you're removing them. So if you're not removing them very often, but you're looking them up a lot, you could do that. And that's also very fast. Huge elements. Either that or rebuild the index collection, yeah. It means you don't have to notify everybody that's using the index. If everybody agrees to use the ID, nobody needs notifying if you do that. It's the ID remains the same. Okay, so let's go to game level. So we'll continue working on game level. I need to fix this. What is going on here? Trigger points, trigger events, engine events. All these are gone. I think now. It's invalid after you erase. Yeah, it's invalid if you don't have some kind of system set up to rebuild the index table or whatever you want to use. Yeah. That's right. This is gone as well. This might cause a bunch of compile errors. Level colliders isn't a thing either. I don't think. Let's get rid of all this anyway. Get event ID. That's gone. Okay, let's just see if there are anything else that's using those functions outside of game level. All right, so we've got isn't a more simple way. Do the back if you're using IDs and there's a lot, do the binary search way. I would say. And then do ordered removes. If you're like adding and removing a lot, don't use index, I suppose. Okay. So what have we got here? Get trigger points. Set location, movement controller, level get triggered. So this is the world. So get world. Inside trigger. That's for a region. Inside trigger. For a trigger ID. Position, a room name, a trigger ID. So, for auto trigger, get world, get triggers. For the location, room, if trigger trigger dot, come on, come on. Do we have to say if trigger contains the ID? What's the ID? Get interaction bounds. Spawn it inside. So we need to include the world. And break there as well. So this is like this. Contains. So we don't have trigger contains a bounds. So this is trigger ID. Okay, we have to write that. It's intersect. Okay, cool. So what's that saying is like when we set the location, if the location happens to be inside trigger, then we need to spawn the entity inside that trigger, meaning we don't actually say he's entered the trigger, I think. He just is inside the trigger, he didn't ever enter it. I think that's how that works. Game level get events. Game level get events. Get events. Engine event. So this is gone as well. Good afternoon, Night Child. How's my integer doing? My integer. It's doing numerically well, thank you. All right. So what's this? On a level enter. Wow, this is mental. So I was saying, if it's a game event, don't do anything. If it's spawned NPC, don't do anything. The NPC event is move if spawned. Send it. confusing me. If it's a spawn event. Oh, only if it's a spawn event do we send it. This is confusing. I'm gonna just... I'm gonna remove this. I think I just need to do that. This is funky music. Hope you're alright, night child. Right, let's see what we broke. Oh, we broke Summit. So that's probably because we need to rebuild the levels. So engine config. Put the world, give the world an actual version as well. My Vulcan finally draws a textured triangle. Congratulations, that is a massive deal. Seriously. These APIs are monsters, aren't they? It was months, I think. With this engine, it was maybe like 3 months before I had a triangle on the screen of work. Or something like that. The good thing is that now you've got that, it actually is a bit more smooth sailing. Obviously, these APIs are not designed to draw a triangle on the screen. So it's just like, it can do it, but it's so much work. But once you've got all that set up, to move on to 3D models is probably not that much more work now. Nothing's broken. I'm happy about that. All right. Let's move on to the next. All I'm doing right now is just simplifying game level. I'm about to, maybe even this week, start on the game again, which is going to be awesome. I will hook up to some game to try and render some main menu with my Vulcan. Oh yeah, cool. How many months of work? Game menus are atrocious as well, unfortunately, in a different way. You can maybe like plug it into IMGUI. See what happens. All right. So dialogue groups, quest groups, cutscene groups. What is this? Name and ID. I think that's okay, you know. I've put delete below, but they're all like weakly connected into the dialogue system and the quest system. They don't hold the actual data. Colliders can go. On collider events. Collision hash group. Room collision hash group. What is this? This is something to do with pathfinding, I'm sure. Nav meshes and regions. I think they can go as well. So we're going to move this. I'm not sure about this. Okay. Well, we may as well just let the compiler find all these problems now. Okay, collider events, nav meshes and regions. This is like lift music. Get colliders. So this collision hash thing, I am sure, if it's even used, is it not used? I'm sure. Was this used by pathfinding?
Ads running soon.
It's used by the cover system. Okay. Get nav mesh region for a position. Right. This needs to be in the world now. Got nav mesh region for position as well. Doesn't make sense because it's not in a room. Level nav mesh region. So I think this needs to go. This needs to go. This needs to go. This needs to go. All that needs to go. Get river vertices. Is that ever called anywhere? Default level generator. Okay. So that needs to go up where we're getting the other river stuff. River sections. As well. Get nav mesh region for a position. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. So level, get nav mesh region. Okay. So the world has the thing called a game region. No, it has a thing called a world region. World region. And a world region can have in it a nav mesh region. So what we want is so it's a position. So this doesn't make sense to just pass a position because we need to know what room. So the world has got to have in, so it's got to be so this is get region for the source position, get region for the dest position. And if they're the same region, then we use the dest nav mesh regions points. So we want basically optref world region, get region const w string view room name const vec2 position. I think we want to do this. So for auto if auto room equals get room name, say for auto region in the rooms region range span over the regions. If region contains position, return region. Else we just return optref world region. So to get the region in that room. So this is auto world, get world, get region. So this has to be get location. This is the source lock. Source lock room, source lock position. So that's the source region. Test region. This does assume that there can't be regions that occupy the same place. That means a nav mesh could never go over a plantable region. Don't know if we really want to do that. We don't want to make that constraint really. That means this turns into a T array. This is get regions. Do you actually want to copy the full region over though? So this actually is a U64. That's region ID. This is get region IDs. Tier A U64. We could do tier A of pointers. Like tier A of weak pointer. It's a temporary array. I think that'd be nicer. And that's just add the address of region. What's the problem? Oh, it's a tier A. So, wherever we were doing that, wherever it was, come on, stuck. Where was it? Where it was doing that? Here we go. So this is source regions, dest regions. Get regions. Let's just get regions still. Quest for Joy, how's it going? Hey, Unk. How's it going? You alright? To get the reflector thing working, yeah. Just have to, I can't compile it, but I can probably show you a binary. So everything casts reflections and shadows now. It's got reflections and shadows for everything. Yeah, it's looking alright, isn't it now? What I'm working on now is tidying up the game level code. I'm about to start working on the game properly again. Next day or two, I would say. I'm going to move off editor. And the first thing I'm going to do is a mouse pointer for the game. And then I'm going to build out all the game UI, because all this is just like standing UI. Basically all of it. Everything's kind of functionally there. Like remap controls and all sorts. It just doesn't look like the way I want it to look. It's going to be a very like Star Trek style UI, I think. So it's going to be me programming UI for probably the next 2 months, which I don't know how interesting it'll be, unfortunately. Okay. So we're going to go for auto source in source regions where the regions have a type. Where region is, so we want template is region type. Bool is, that's return data is type. So now we can say where arg is navmesh region. Oh, I hope you had a good weekend. I had quite a hectic weekend. And the dest, from the dest regions, we want to say if source don't know about get world, so let's just include the world. Alright, so these are pointers. And that's actually not even a, so we can say if source ID is equal to the dest ID. So they're the same region. And the navmesh regions, navmesh points equals to the dest points. We'll just have an end. Actually, I think we can just return navmesh points. I'll just have an end. Fu Manchu. It was an okay weekend, cool. What am I working on today? Not paying any attention today. You need to get a warm glass of whiskey. What am I working on? Hey, alright, how's it going? Is it? Oh dear. I'm just tidying up the last little bit of game level stuff and then moving back onto the game. But within the next, maybe tomorrow or the day after. So I'm going to start working on the game again. Warm whiskey, yes, great fit. So, man flu. Or one whiskey, or get like noodle, some noodle broth things. So even like a pot noodle, but like don't tip all the water out, keep all the broth there, and loads of hot sauce, basically. So you're blowing your head off with hot sauce. And that's really good, I find. Okay. So we were looking for game level get colliders. Get colliders. Chicken soup and the likes, yeah. It's got to be really spicy though, I find. It just makes it all pour out here. You know. Right, so it's still got a linker error. Even though I deleted the blooming function, it should be a compiler. Let's try and patch it. There we go. Right, so what's this? This is on enter NPC combat find color. Get colliders. So this is get world, get colliders, PC lock room. I think that will work there. So I've moved all of the like collision and nav meshes and triggers out of the game levels and into the world structure now. That's what I'm kind of changing. Because the world's always in memory. The levels aren't, because the levels contain big things, big assets, you know, like textures and sounds and things. So if you wanted to do a little bit of like collision detection on a part of the world that's not loaded in memory, you could still do it. Some kind of like, you wanted to plot a path or something using the nav mesh, but you didn't have to load the full level in. That's why I'm doing that. I found that was a mistake before. When I had it before, I had everything in the level, and then I was like, oh no, I need to actually plot a path to this player who's at the other side of the world, this NPC that's at the other side of the world, because it's part of a quest. And I had to load all the levels in as I was plotting the path to get out the nav mesh data and the collider data and everything. So it's all going in the world now, so I'd have to do that. Okay, it's not broken anything so far. So these things, collision hash groups, this is the last thing. I don't know. Yeah. This is quite a good playlist actually. I'm using upbeat.io and it's all royalty free. And it seems to be because I've not had any problems on Twitch with it. And it's got all sorts. I've got like a fantasy playlist, the jazz one, which one we're on now, trance music. It's really good and it's free. It's good for streaming. Collision hash groups. Not really sure what these are used for. So a room collision hash group. This is like an acceleration structure for finding something. Maybe where part of the room is collidable quickly. Get collision cells. Get collision hashes. It is used. Default move to. So this is all to do with pathfinding. Level. Get collision hashes. So I think. So this is obviously already all calculated. Collision hash groups. What I want to know is where. Nowhere. So I'll have to put these back in. Guys, don't mock me because all I can afford is instant noodles. Instant noodles are absolutely fantastic, I think. I sometimes upgrade it and put in some, like, a boiled egg or some chicken if I'm feeling particularly chefy. Need to build these up then. I've obviously deleted the code where these are made. However, I have no idea really how to make them. So the room ID, the level entity collision size, level entity unknown animated rig, and the collision size. So we have a get collision size from the actual rig. So get collision sizes is not called. So this must actually be done on load or something. Animation controller, get collision size. It just checks there it has a get collision size. So if you look at the rig types, some of them might have get collision size. Get collision size. It's a hard coded value. I'm wondering if we should just change all these to just const expers. To be fair, might do that. Because they are just like numbers. Are we compiling at the moment? Yeah, we are. So we could do that. Might do that next. 10 out of 10. Oh, yeah. I'm tired today. I had a very busy weekend doing all sorts of things. So this would be const expr float scale. What's the difference between static const expr and static inline const expr? Use static context for local variables within functions to ensure a single instance is initialized once. Use inline file scope, e.g. in header files. So it needs to be inline const expr. Does that mean I can still get it statically though? To be fair, we do have instances of these. This is super old, this code. Has to be static. We'll just go with that. Things we are doing this and actually making them. I don't think we ever need to make them, because they don't store any state. They just call in functions.
Running soon.
Alright, I'm just going to go and make a cup of tea. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Fuck. Everyone's ill. Alright. This music's absolutely insane. We'll go for this. think. Where do I want to put it? We're going to get rid of these methods because there's just no need. Absolutely no need. We don't even need to instantiate them, these structures. It's just literally data. So we're going to go get W string view. I don't know if you can actually do a string. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Oh, we do need to instant. We're setting up routines. Yeah, okay. Coming back to me now. So, static inline const expr. Vec2. Collision size. Static inline const expr. Float walk speed. Avoidance radius 10. Because I spell avoidance. Certainly is. Awesome. My spelling's always been atrocious. Reflection bias, shadow bias. This. All that needs to go now. This is the standard case of, oh, let's just add one more function. And then before you know it, you've got all these things that are just no need. Have all these functions. So there's get skin as well on this. So there's got two test rigs at the moment, Hero rig and the Spidey rig. So the scale is 0.25. 0.025. The path is, where is the path? Get path. Is this? The skin is green. Oh, we've not named it. Path. Could technically be auto. Maybe auto would be better. Because then we can let the compiler just choose what it wants. The string. Be like an array of characters. Oh, let's put it as a wide pointer. Okay, whatever. Skin is green. supposed to do here? Why is this not const? Get face direction. Collision size. Is 4, 2. Walk speed. Is 3. That's it for those. So now we just probably need to fix a bunch of compilers. Don't believe there's no compilers. Do not believe it. It's definitely not true. Oh, there might be no compilers because it's all hidden away with concepts. Okay, so animation controller. There's a bunch of concepts. Doesn't actually, so the way it is the rig doesn't actually need to define all the properties. It just has to define some properties. So the rig type stuff. So this is rig type has scale, and this is just T scale. Rig type has reflection bias, and that's just T reflection bias. Rig type has shadow bias. Has path. Skin. Rig type has setup routines, yep. Rig type has get walk speed, so walk speed. Avoidance radius. Check that's the same. Ah, come on. Collision size. Initialize, get attack target, cooldown, animation event, combat routine, stagger, hit, death. Okay. So all these hases. This is just rig type shadow bias. No, I can't just delete them like that, unfortunately. So that's T walk speed. Probably call it rig type. T avoidance radius. We'll call this type as well. Rig type return or if result is equal to unknown and the path is the path. So what's that then? Animated rig type is unknown and the path is the path. That must be when you don't know. Actually, that must mean you don't know what type of animated rig it is. What is this? If the result is animated rig type unknown. And this is getting animated rig type from the path. X dot type. Misread that. This is T path. Rig type path. T skin. That's the rig type skin. Okay. So we can test this is working just by looking for the shadow bias. Okay, got a crash there. Internal is 0, so this something broken something. It's probably the get. Is it get rig type? Animation rig type. So get animation rig type given the path. Get animated rig type given the path. So it stays unknown. I reckon that's the problem. This is a bit dodgy, this. So until true, we don't want to pass in the result. Do we want to pass in the result? I think it's fetch from. So we want to go, the result is fetch from animated rig types. And we just want to return the animated rig type. Well, standard, optional, animated rig type. I'm going to say if the rig type path return x dot type, else just return this. And that is result dot value or animated rig type unknown. Null opt, so it's not finding it. Level boat rigs, Hero Pro. So it's not, this concept is failing. Rig type has path. Same as wchar t pointer. Maybe it's just this. No. Here's a thing that should all have a path. So the path is Pax NPCs Hero Pro. So it is actually unknown. Bambiek, how's it going? Okay, so this also fails. Maybe I've got this concept wrong. It's going around and around. Oh yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say that all rig types have a path. Have to have a path. Probably true. Entire week just tweaking my world map. Oh, cool. Got a level loader. And a transition animation. Awesome. Good work. So that did select Hero Pro. So let's see if we do still crash. Shadow bias. Rig type is Hero Pro. Shadow bias was null opt. So these concepts are failing, which means I don't know how to do this. Let's have a look. Concept to test if static member exists. TX. So you just test it's there. It doesn't actually test the type. Like doing that. So it's basically just this. When you press enter on the level becomes a circle and gets smaller and smaller. The black outline. Oh, great. That's awesome, Van Bjerg. Yeah, you should let me play it when you're ready. Yeah, that worked. 10 seems wrong for the shadow bias though. Oh look, so the reflection radius was 0.25. 0.4 I think. Yeah, that concept's working now. So how do you say it returns a float? You have to put, say, standard is same, decal type, E shadow bias float. We want to learn as well, so I'm not how to make every system, yeah. Yeah, when you get back to your own projects, you can do everything again. Unfortunately, we'll be making the movement code again, yeah. World mapper and level loader. Can't play a game unless you can load a level though, can you? So, it's an important. So this is rig type. Reflection bias. Rig type scale. Access time. Yeah, make it as good as you can. Definitely. Maybe make more levels. Have we done your 5 that you're meant to make?
Ads running soon.
Spend all the time level designing and not coding, yeah. Okay, that seems like it's working. Five total, but oh, you only need to make one, yeah, okay. You can choose the best one. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice. Okay, so animated rig types now. We don't need to instantiate it. I'm sure we don't. This is all static. They do not understand my code. Really? You have some kind of coding standard that you all kind of use. You understand theirs. Yeah, you need to have like a uniform coding style so you can all read each other's code. It's important. So I might make all of this static inline. And then I don't need this. I don't think I do need this. And then it doesn't matter if it's const or not because it's a static function. This will break a bit of code. Quite a few compile errors. Because there's an experience gap, yeah. Oh, Night Child got blocked. Hang on, there you go. Created that mess. I always compare myself to the greats and feel dumb. For once I'm the one with the experience. Merci, no problem. Yeah, I mean coding should be, it's a subjective thing. It's not healthy, I don't think, to compare yourself to different programmers because it makes you feel bad. And to them it's still a mess. Yeah, I think there are like coding standards out there that you could just adopt. I'm sure Google has one. Just to document, like you just need a page of like this is what this looks like. This is what a function looks like. This. We do camel case everywhere or whatever. Take like half an hour to get one together. Okay. Well, that's interesting. But I don't have to press start. I don't have to have static inline in here either. Or is it just going to make linker errors? So this is now animated rig types. There's no such thing as get animated rig types anymore. And this is wrapped type of. All right. X has no member type. So this has to be static inline as well. So this is rig type, unfortunately. I suppose we could make that a capital T. It's not necessarily a type really, but whatever. Type. Got 3 more weeks to figure the rest out. It's amazing how fast, isn't it? It's amazing how you get all this work done. Child, get Clang format. There's tons of customization. Also 7 predefined code styles to choose from. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. If there was more than just me working on this, I would definitely have an agreed style of code. Even to what you can and cannot use. I remember an interview with a Bungie lead that I read a long time ago when Lambdas first came out in C++. And Bungie just banned them for the entire company using standard function or any kind of Lambda. It's got banned. I doubt the banned now. Reading documentation about file formats. Cannot use not and XOR. Ben left the team. Yeah. To be fair, I think you just get used to looking at what you look at all day, so I don't really mind what style. Even if I had to massively change it, you'd just get used to it, wouldn't you? Animated water. Yeah, that'd be cool. Have you done animated water before? So I'm thinking as well, now I've got this rig type, I might actually turn all the rig types to just be rig. That's a bit nicer. Yeah, let me know how you do your animated water. Translating the texture and repeating it. Since it's tileable, don't really know about anything about animation. Yeah, you could do that, yeah. So there's loads of stuff you can do with water. For tile sets, usually flickering through some drawn tile set. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. That's definitely how it was done in the 80s. I use this doesn't compile, so I'll have to just launch it from the exe. So this is a like a Perlin noise texture. Got two of them, and they're like scrolling on top of each other, and that gives you like smooth randomness that you can use to like move a normal vector or some kind of vector into a texture map, and that gives you a illusion of like, so there's diffraction underneath or refraction, and then reflection on the top. So that is a real common way to do it, to animate water. $64 byte to spare to animate water, yeah. Yeah, they were wizards back then. Wizards. Fits this style. I'm not sure of a way. Not sure that way fits this style of tile set. Yeah. What does Minecraft do? Very cartoony and not realistic. Is it 3D, isn't it? Give me a video of it working, man. Wow, look at that. It's amazing. That's like Miyazaki. So that's just scrolling texture coordinates probably. You could just increase your texture coordinates in one direction by like a delta time, and that will give you scrolling texture. World map is fully 2D. Yeah, so if you just, you don't need to scroll the tile map the position, just scroll the texture coordinate. Just scroll like the U coordinate. As long as it's mirrored. What's the word? Wrapped. As long as it's wrapped, the sampler's wrapped. It should work. Yeah, okay. Mean wrap. You should be able to set it to wrap. You should be able to set the sampler to wrap. So you won't even have to wrap it in the shader. It'll just wrap it itself. So what's going on here? Fetch from low overload found. Might need to separate it. Yeah, you could mod it. You could do just a mod it between the min max U coordinate. Like my own custom. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to get it working within the confines of what you've got, yeah. Fetch from. Look at that code, that's absolutely insanity. Yeah. So what doesn't it like about this? That. Animated rig types. And this is a rig type. Rig on animation event. Do you get the technique? Yeah, yeah. Super inefficient way. Fully CPU sided. Yeah, man. As long as it works. I do quite a bit of CPU. Like I was debating whether my UI is going to be a bit 3D, so I will need to light it. Whether to just do that on the CPU as well. We'll get there. Don't know how to make shaders in this framework. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, that's it. If it works, doesn't it? So this is rig. Next arrow is going to be there anyway. Been part of the class yet? No, I don't think so. I don't think it will. If you've not been taught it, you will actually be expected, I don't think, to use it. So what I'm doing now is I'm not actually instantiating animated rigs. We're just using like the metadata, the type itself, to get what we need. CPU shader it is, yeah. How we passed JSON was a nightmare. C# has a JSON parser in it, doesn't it? Does. But anything we haven't been taught. Ah, right, okay. Why would anyone pass JSON? Yeah, maybe they just don't get it. This is jolly music. No, I don't normally either, yeah. Yeah, I've never tried to write a JSON parser before. rig type, and then rig get attack target. This needs it to be const for some reason. Not sure why. There'll be some reason. Rig type. Basically been a day of refactoring. Gotta expand my horizons instead of just doing what I'm comfortable with forever. Yeah. Make your own format next time. Well, you've only got a certain amount of time, haven't you? But make your own text file format next time. Yeah, the water sounds good though. going to be back on writing shaders when I do the UI code for the game. Should be cool. Oh. Rig. It's never ending. Oh look, I've only got a few left. Call this rig type. Wrapped type of rig. Done by the library I found, but the school restrictions. So I sat there reinventing the wheel, using the wheel to learn from. I think the thing is, like, I don't think there's actually, when you're learning, it's quite good to reinvent the wheel, I think. Like nothing should be magic. If it's magic, then you need to write it yourself and try and understand why it's working. And then go back to using the other one. But at least you know, at least it's not magic anymore. This is just rig, isn't it? Rig. More fun things you could be learning. Yeah, like animating water. That's more fun. Fu Manchu, how's it going? Come up with a better wheel, yeah? So, rig type is not a member of Spidey and rig. It says, probably because it's a lowercase t. That's wrapped type of. Got some warnings. What does it say? No definition. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Maybe it's because these all just need to be in mind. Defined in file scope.
Ads running soon.
Mine's a hexagon. Low poly. Using rig wrapped type effects. Okay. Um, they literally need to be in the actual file. Okay, I'll take the inlines out. That's fine. Right, we've built. Let's see then if we crash. Well, seems okay. So only really things to do with animated rigs that might have a problem. Look at the little dude's shadow. That's so cool. All right. We'll just leave that like that. That's fine. It's a lot neat. It's like, cause it's just data really, like things that you need to put in somewhere to do with the animated rigs. That'll be fine. Right. So again, so this room collision hash group. So obviously that's the room ID. That comes from now animation controller, get collision size, rig type. So we already have the rig. So this is just rig collision size. If it has one, I suppose. We're just actually going through. So we're going through here. We're going through all of the rig types. If it's this type, we pass the collision size. So what I might do is this. rig collision size. So where is this defined? This is defined in the animation controller.cpp. So what I might do is put them in rig type, animated rig types itself. So we say get entity collision sizes. Who's calling this? There's no one calling this. Maybe we just delete it. Delete. Deleted. You know, I'm beginning to think like this entire game class, a lot of it might not even need to be there. Okay, so entity collision size. How is this actually made? So we do level, get collision. So this is where it needs to be used. So it's like behavior action, combat NPC, find cover. So this is to do with AI. And it goes, we need to get the collision cells and the collision cell hashes for this animated rig type. So we go get collision cells, entity ID is the animated rig type number for the animated rig type. I'm not really sure what it is doing though. So get collision cells, collision hash groups, entity ID type. So cells even used. Cell hashes even. Cell hashes is used. Cells is not used. Get rid of that. So this is cell hashes. So this is collider. Ah, okay. It's ringing a bell now. This is some complicated code. So get the cell hashes, which is apparently constant for the rig type. bunch of numbers. I'm going to get all the colliders. And we're going to make a vector. And we're just basically marching that vector. See if we intersect. So this must be like for every type of animated rig, we have different collision hashes. For every type of animated rig, we have a set of collision hashes for the level, which just determine if the animated rig type can or cannot go in that square. I think that's what's working. That's what's happening. So that's obviously done in the level generator. So we need to get another version of this file and see if we can find out where this happened. So we'll go all the way back to like August. Append collision groups. So we need this code. Actually going to be in the world generator. There's a bunch of stuff here to finish as well. Possibly done it all though. I think we have done it all. We'll put that code there. I'm going to get rid of this. So we've got collision groups. This is what we need to put in. So we've got so that is that collision group. That's the level collision cells. Collision hashes though is not here, I don't think. Collision group hashes. Oh no, it is. Let's go back again. There's this acceleration structure thing here as well. I think it's alright. Nothing there. Bit wilder. Hey, how's it going? So we'll put this in at the bottom here. Wherever it is. It's not in there, it's in the world generator. Room collision hash group. I may as well just copy this into here. So this is the collision bounds for each room. I'm going through each room. So does this build just like this? It won't, no. I think we have to remake it, you know. So a bit worried about trying to get a job, you know. Just gotta keep trying, man. It's hard out there. You'll find something eventually, I'm sure. So for auto room, world rooms, we've got the collision bounds. Say if not world no room collider range continue, so it has colliders in it. So we need to make a collision hash group for the room. Room collision hash group. So we want a world, so collider. We want a world collider hash group. I'm going to re-implement this in world. Found a local repair shop. Website found an application form, sent a CV, didn't get a response aside from an automated message. Go in and see him. Gotta be bold in these situations. Just go in and see him and be like, I applied for a job. Is there anything going? Do appreciate it. They'll appreciate it if you go in and see him. So that's not per collider though. Do it here. And then we'll have an array of them. What are they called? World Collider hash group array. Yeah, go see him. That's what I would do, and then you'll know. You'll be that guy that walked in to see them rather than just one of the CVs on the desk then. So this is trivially trivially. How does this even work? Well, how do we do the binary serializer for this? My brain's shutting off now. Trivially binary serializable. Wow. World entity collision size. This is not. We got room ID, entity, hashes, cells. Yeah, no problem. Okay. So we can have World Collider hash groups now. So we're just gonna go World Collider hash group, new group, room ID, room ID. Yeah, I'd go and see him. I'd get to know, just get to know them. And even if they don't have anything for you now, if you get to know them and you let them know that you'd like to work there, when something does come up, they'll think about it. So we need to get the actual bounds of the collider. So bounding rect, and then I'm going to go with each room collider range span over world colliders bb add rect arg. Is there a get bounds? Do we have get bounds? We should have get bounds, really. Is there a get collider bounds? No. Get bounds. And that's just bounding rect BB. With each points BB add rect arg 2 and 1. And should return BB. So now this is just, we don't need the bounding rect. Now we do. So what is this? This is the full. This is the collision bounds for the entire room. So this is just arg.getBounds. Awesome. And then we got this type of thing. So we're just going to BM assert BB get rect. Okay. What we're doing here, we're going through every collider in the room again, and we are intersecting this position with the collider. Right. Oh my god. If I go in, I'd just go in and see him and mention that you're interested, and then ask them if they'd like to see stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. You could have it in your bag. I wouldn't just like stick it in their face though. Just say you're really into it. So you're really into it and you're looking for a job, and if there's anything going, then you would be interested. And then if they're like, oh yeah, what do you know, that then you could show them. Right, so this is world. Get colliders for the room. Name. This is even, well, it's just room. Collider range. Span over. Colliders. World colliders. So going back over the colliders. And we're saying, so this is the point. Or the cell. And this is new group. Level collision cells. Right. Well, this is new group hashes. Add that. Level collision cells. Add unique. What is a collision? What is a level collision cell? We delete collision cells. Level collision cells. Add unique. Don't know what type collision cells is. Oh, Vec2i. So we have cells there. So I reckon this is just new group. Cells. Add unique. VI. Possibly that. And then this gets knitted and gets pushed onto the world. So the room needs the needs a size T collision group index. So the room collision group index probably needs to be a range actually. Collision group range, because there might not be one. Collision group range is equal to world.collision hash groups add standard move new group world collision hash groups account. I think it's just that. Oh, blimey. So if we go to the engine config, so we put the version to 0, it means it's just going to get compiled over and over again. Can test this code out. May as well just draw all this out then. If we draw this out, we will know. Okay, let's draw it out. So this is in world dot do the draw. World draw. We'll just draw it here. Yeah, let's draw event range. Where's draw? World. Is it tick? It's probably tick. Before tick and after tick. Okay. So This is just some temporary code, probably. Or maybe not. We might actually have a debug draw state for this. So we want to go. If auto room equals get room name, the group is equal to the Collider hash groups room. Hash groups dot find first. No, room. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. First. Okay, now this is for auto I room collision hash group collision hash group range. The group is that. So we just want to go for B in group cells. Canvas, draw quad, outline. I'll just draw quad in world. Draw quad. We'll say draw quad. Outline. In world. Rect P. 1. This is vec2i, so this is bmcast vec2 p. So we'll draw that rectangle, 1 pixel border, draw it white, and we'll just say int max. So I think the idea is this puts a little. This is a fast acceleration struct to tell if part of the world is collidable or not. Triggers unable to, so the world needs to get recompiled. Oh, should have been compiled. Might have messed something up there. Where are we? We're in the world or in calculate world map. Okay, let's just not. This is just code we just introduced without testing. So let's just if zero this out again. We'll get onto that. Right, so not seeing anything. We should see like a little cell here because this is collidable. So we're not though. So the room range, the collision group range is empty. Okay, that's not a good start. Generate. So what room are we in? Prefab shadows room. So this is the room. Oh, we're not blooming adding it. So it's the room. Oh, no, we are. We're adding it right here. That is not compiled in. Why is it not compiled in? What have I done? Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's going all right. Yeah. Yeah. So this, it should give us a proper range. The room is Prefab Shadows, which is the room with the collider in it. It's interesting, it's got 4 points. So the room. Collider group, oh, probably doing the wrong. Signing up, yeah. Collider group range. I don't know if we should call it that. Well, whatever. Still not seeing anything. Collider group range is still empty. Why is it still empty? Oh, we've got some weirdness. Here. I'm going to rebuild just because we've got a bit of weirdness in the debugger. Might want to actually check that we're actually... No, we're not. We're not serializing this as well. There it is. So it's given 4 cells because it does overlap. I'm assuming that this overlaps by 1 pixel into this cell. See, the thing is, I know it's a square, but it can actually be any shape. There we go. So it's a quick way of just determining, because this is like a sorted list of hashes, you can just say, yes, we are in this collision zone. So I believe that every single type of animated rig has one of these. If my memory serves me correctly. to remember how that's made. So we've got this idea of this entity collision size. So it's for this entity. So what we're not saying is what entity we're doing. Don't know is how to do that. How this is actually even made. One per room, one per entity. One per entity per room. So here we're just saying we're intersecting a point, a cell within a convex point. I think we actually need to intersect an area. With a convex point. So if we go to animated rig types, we have collision size. So this is level get collision hashes for that animated rig type. Yeah. So we need to make it. So how does that, how did we make it before? So I think this is like collision size, collision size. So this is for each type, animated rig types. This. Needs to know about the animated rig types. So using rig the wrapped type of X this essentially goes to here now. This is the entity ID. So, okay. What we're saying is it can be any entity ID. So this needs to be animated rig type. Binding the type to an entity. Maybe that is or is not the best way to do that. So it'd be something like using entity collision group types is standard tuple animated rig types like that. Or just the wrapped type. What would it? Wrapped animated rig types. I want the one that doesn't create one. This one creates one. Wrapped type. Yeah, there we go. Where are we? Totally lost my spot there. Here we go. Wrapped type. Animated rig types. And then we could put more in here. And this would be the hybrid tuple storage. That. Storage. We've got the type and the storage, so I think this has like a write. So it's not trivially serializable anymore. World entity collision size. Is that a good name for it? I don't know. World entity collision size. Maybe not a best name for it. Call it world entity collision. Collision. So we want the type, collision size. Collision size. I don't think we even need that. Because we can get that from somewhere else. So it's just a type, and then it's storage dot write collision writer. Like this collision storage writer, and this is auto result is that, and then it's the collision type. I'm going to say if result is eRead result okay, result is equal to collision storage read reader what's the one with the type? How does it know what type to set it? Probably serializes the hash code. So we don't even need the type. No idea if this will work. This is entity collision. Well, this is just the entity. To be fair, this is just this. Don't actually need this. Group entity write writer. If result is okay, the result is the group entity reader. Like that. So we need to include animated rig types. Fix the syntax errors.
Ads running soon.
So what's the problem here? Doesn't know about doesn't know how to read it. It doesn't know how to actually serialize this. That's the problem. You see, if we don't have the type, Could just do animated rig types. So now to serialize these. So it's actually just interesting. That could just go to E animated rig type. Problem with that is what happens if you want to serialize different. We want to have different things that aren't animated rigs. Do that. Does that work? So it needs to know what it is. That's why it needs to know what it is serializing. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is going to work though. Did compile. We'll see. So, default world generator, we need dot entity is rig type. It's the same here as well. Don't know if that's actually going to work. Okay, source code is different. Let's rebuild. And then I'm going to have to head off, I think. I just need to like shove stuff into that entity thing. And as long as I say what I can shove into it. So the entity now well, I have no idea what it's actually. Put in the V table. Okay, So that's not right. That is not right. I've never tried it straight up with Enum before. Well, it says E-animated rig type 4. So this is the Hero Pro rig. Okay, for the sake of argument, I think what I'm going to do is not do this and just do this. Until it won't work anymore. See, basically I want to be able to put more than just an animated rig type in there. So we'll need to do some more work, but I've run out of time. So say it's Hero Pro now. So that means if we go to the world, we'll just look at the group. So this is for Spidey. So there's one for hero. There's two for heroes, two for Spideyans. So that is all right. So the last thing I want to do is this now needs to be the rig collision size X and rig collision size width and height, I suppose. Then I'm gonna have to go. Okay, so it's made bigger things now. It's made more. I don't think that's right though. Right, that was a good stream. I'll be back tomorrow at between 9:30 and 10 British time. So yeah, thanks very much. See you tomorrow.